Alright. Oh, where's my phone? Making sure this audio is working. Sure this audio is working. Seems like all is well. So, as you can see, I'm zoomed in here on the Batman because I'm going to be painting the Batman. At least I'm going to attempt. Actually, so before I do that, I need to do a little bit of chocolate brown. I missed the underside of his finger. I didn't know I could see the other side of where he's holding Batman. I didn't know you could see it, but from this angle you can see it clear as day, and it's a big black dot. So I want to get a little bit of chocolate on there. I can get one of these to come out cleanly, like that. Actually, I need a very, very small amount, so I'm just gonna go over here. Well, I have this thing. I'm gonna mess up a well. It was just a big miss. All right. As for the rest of them, I think I'm gonna go with uniform gray for his for the gray parts of his suit. Is he wearing little black panties? He is wearing little black panties. So yeah, I'm gonna gray his legs, his torso, his arm, other arm. Try to paint around the bat symbol if I can, and just leave that black primer and keep that tight. The rest I'll do black, like a matte black. His belt is going to be tricky. I have to paint it white first. Then I can paint it yellow. So, just going to get started with some, oh, it's too close. With some uniform gray. Let's get here and paint this Batman. And once the uniform gray is dry, I will probably hit him with a wash, just a black wash, just to get some of that texture in his suit. And get some shadow down in there. And then I'll go in with a dry brush, very, very small dry brush, brighten it back up a little bit. But we got a few things to do, so let's get to it. My focus. It's kind of hard to focus it because he's leaning so far forward, so when I rotate here, he's too close. When I rotate here, he's so far back. I may end up needing to move the camera around a little bit, but we'll see. Yeah, I can move him, but I don't want to really move him. Got a good position locked in. All right, at this point, it's important that you have sealed your model because anywhere you need to get in here and wipe off would be difficult. Which is why I gave him a pretty good seal this last time around. Let the varnish be pretty thick. Those painting lines start right up there. All right, try one hitting it. I'm going to do a second coat to get fully saturated. Mix this gray a little thin. What's up, Glenn? Well, Phil, I appreciate the lurking. What, Createx Red? That's just that's a transparent, that's a bright red. I don't know for which model. Here's a deep red, also transparent. Pulling out all the red Createx that I have. Here's the red opaque, that's just opaque red, 5210. For Captain America Shield, I don't think I used a Createx. I think for Captain America's red, I probably either used a dragon red. I used a Army Painter dragon red. Oh, sorry. I used an Army Painter dragon. Or, sorry, there's a lot of light in here now. What's the other one I use? The Vampire Red I used for his the shadow parts of his boots. Yeah, I don't think I used a Createx on Cap. At least not that I can remember. Put all those reds back. Well, I gotta organize. I chromed it. Did I use a transparent red? I don't think I did. No, it's too solid. No, I used a red because it's yeah, on my original cap model, which is not, it's on my Instagram, but it's not, I don't have video for that one. For that original cap model, that was a dragon red, I'm pretty sure. For Thanos, the broken shield on Thanos, that should be in the video. I'm pretty sure, I think I may have used a Createx transparent red. But that's what it's called. It's transparent. It's just transparent red. There's nothing. Oh wait, it's the bottle that I can't get to now. Ah, there it is. I gotta do something about that. Yeah, it's just called this one's called a bright red 5117 transparent. So I don't know if that helps, but I can't remember if I used this or not. But hopefully I had it in the video. What red I used for, if you're talking about that one where I just did that kind of a transparent red over the chrome. Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah, hopefully that helps. It is a cool look though. I mean, doing the chrome with the transparent red underneath it, and just kind of layer it on. It's a subtle red, you know. It's not going to overpower it, so it's a little. It looks a little darker, but the metallic showing through looks pretty cool. No, you're right. You're right. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head sometimes. All these paint jobs start to blur together. But that sounds like something I would do. So let's just say I did that. Ooh. Sorry, that was loud slurp. I should stay muted. All dry spot in the throat. Yeah, I did not fully anticipate how troublesome painting an already assembled model is going to be. But I've learned that lesson now. I will carry this information forward. plant operation game, you know, with the electrified tweezers. Prepared me for this. Excuse me. Need a firmer brush. This it's got too much flex in it. Bristles are too long. Got a nasty hook on it, but I actually kind of need it. So I'm gonna go with old hooky here. I think I think that's my airbrush. We're back. All right, my air compressor is in. So after I get Batman painted, base coated, I will get that thing set up so I can spray him with some varnish. I need to do a couple other spots. I totally missed this little area down here. I need to tone down his highlight a little bit. Got a little tweaking to do. But I needed my air compressor to be solid because my current one is not. Pretty sure I got a bad valve on that one. I had to crank it way up to get a pressure that would atomize the paint, and it was just, even before that, it was just running all the time. So I'm pretty sure there's a leak in the valve. The guy at the hobby store talked me down. He was like, "Oh no, it's supposed to, run every couple of minutes." Really? That doesn't seem right. Seems like if it's holding pressure, it shouldn't be adding more pressure to it, unless the pressure is leaving somewhere when I'm not telling it to. So anyway, I upgraded to a nicer one with just a bigger one, and it's got a tank, like a storage tank, so it won't be running all the time. At least that's the idea. Should be a lot quieter. Yeah, that little mini one was driving me crazy. See what I'm doing? What I'm going way too large of a brush. And it's got an ugly hook on it, but said in this instance, the hook is actually helpful. End up painting this cape anyway, so I don't need to worry too much about that edge. Ouch. I think for the inside of their mouth, his mouth and the other mouths on his body, he's got multiple mouths. I think I'm gonna do like a brown rose, but just like as a wash. So that way it's just got like a little bit of a warmer tint, but isn't a totally different non-mud color. It'll just be more of a slightly reddish mud color. Best way I can describe it. Yep, this is gonna be an interesting challenge. Getting all these little areas here. Well, this I'm just gonna have to catch up with some black anyway. Actually, I think I want to do gloss black. The matte. And it's really, this is the only spot of non-mud color is the Batman. So now I'm just gonna have to kind of try to reach up here. I want to paint around this bat logo. Snap at the top. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I want it to be as close as I can. Oh no, I got some on the tip of the bat logo. Big chunk of mud in there. Ready to pull this closer to me? right. Let's see if I can get this back on camera for you. It's probably not as good as it's gonna get. How the heck I'm gonna get in there? I'm gonna stand up. Stand up, and I'm gonna need way more light. Get some light over here. That's almost better. Sorry, I can't get a camera angle on this for you. There's 0% chance of that happening. I can barely see it. Okay, I'm just going to touch that up. Pretty sure there's support in there. That's funny. Alright, got that little border out of the way. Yeah, definitely gonna have to touch up that logo on the inside there. Now let's finish this color blocking. That is why we varnish kids. I mean, we don't varnish children. You know what I'm saying. Those were dark times. What's up, DL? Appreciate it. Look at you at the gym. Proud of you, sir. Getting in that physical activity. Doing better than me. Did I get gray on his face? Did I get gray on Clayface? No. Okay. Whew. That's a close one. Swear I thought I felt a snag. Did it again. I'm gonna have to go at it from underneath here. As I can sit now. Try to paint this underside. I hit everything on the way out, aren't I? This is like playing that game Operation. I never said I was very good at the game Operation. Alright, that's about as good as that shit's gonna get. Ugh. And now, oh wait, nope, I see a spot. Touch up that thumb now. But now we get the joy of doing it all again. Let's go around one more time. At least I'm starting to get a little bit of contrast on here now. Getting some other colors, some a little brighter. And it's not bright, but a little more not brown. Got all these little mud spots on them I'm gonna have to go back and get. The second coat of this uniform gray looks nice. Got a little bit of blue in it, so it's not like desaturated gray. I hate desaturated gray, where it's just, it needs a little tint. Like, it needs either a little bit of coolness or a little bit of warmth, depending upon what you're doing. Like rocks, I actually like to be a little warmer, because by the time you add all the washes and the grunge and stuff, they darken down. This is a nice cool gray. So it's perfect for the bat suit. And then once I get some wash on this, down in the recesses and the texture and stuff, it's gonna look nice. At least that's the plan anyway. Whoever plans for their statue to not look nice, I guess. That would be silly. Why would anyone do that? They wouldn't. And I'm gonna intentionally fuck this up. I have to go back in here and do all this black. I mean, the edges, I was trying to avoid having to do the edges, but there's no way to get the gray in without hitting the edges. So, but most of the black I can get to, I think. Ouch. Snagged on his teeth. The second coat, I guess I don't need to be as thorough, as long as I got even coverage. Thanks, Mando. Yeah, it's coming together. It's starting to get there. I just got my new air compressor in literally like 10 minutes ago. So I'm gonna get Batman here base coated. Then I'm going to, while he is drying fully, I'll do a little unboxing. You guys want a little compressor unboxing? It's not very impressive. It's just a compressor and a tank. But I'm excited. It should be a nicer one. Definitely nicer than the little one I got. The little one I got, I bought from the hobby store, and they didn't really have a whole lot of options, so I was kind of limited in choices. And I think maybe it's made for like minis or something, like maybe it's overheating or something, but it was just not working for me at all last night, and I was sick of messing with it. It was making everything spatter because I couldn't get the pressure right. Like I had to crank that thing all the way up, and it still wasn't spraying like it should have been. It should have been going like fucking a hose at that point, and it just wasn't. So that's how I know it's screwed up, because I had that valve cranked all the way wide open, and it was not where it should have been. So I rectified that, and got a new compressor order in place overnight. So looking forward to giving that a try. There's a couple little spots. Down below on his leg. Down here. You can't see it on camera. Yeah, no, it's just off camera. But a couple little heads down here, I went a little hard with the highlight. So I want to get a little wash in there, but I also need to add a little highlight in a couple little spots. So I got a little push and pull to do down there, but I wanted to wait for my new airbrush, or my new airbrush compressor. I'm a little mad at the Amazon guy, the way he delivered it, kind of dropped it on my front porch. It was, I guess it's better than dropping it on my neighbor's porch. I'm just saying, he dropped it pretty hard. So, it didn't look like it damaged the way it was sitting. He had it kind of upside down. There wasn't any packaging there, but it was the top of the compressor. So it's basically just the cold, like a little heat sink, chunks of metal. So it's basically just a big brick of metal. So hopefully he didn't do any damage. I don't think he could have, or I don't think he did, but. So, yep, I gotta swap those out today, or after this. I think that looks good for the gray. Let's get his belt whited out. What compressor did I go with? It is a Master Airbrush Cool Runner 2 air compressor with a storage tank, with like I think this is like a 3-liter storage tank or 5-liter storage tank, like that. It's not huge, but it's good size. It's got like dual fans, so it should stay cool. Like, oh yeah, that's what I was saying about that little miniature one. I don't think it had a cooling system, and I think I was probably overusing it. Like, I think it's designed for using in short spurts for doing like miniatures or something. And I'm over here just hosing it down, So I think maybe that's what happened. Or it's just an inferior product. But not my problem now. I do have to figure out what I'm going to do with my old compressors. I've got 2 now. One with the rusty evacuation system that I can't take off, and the other one with apparently a busted valve. So I don't know what to do with them. I guess recycle them? Should I just throw them in the trash? I mean, I feel bad. They kind of work, or maybe they could be fixable if somebody was so inclined. I don't know. Maybe we'll just donate them to Goodwill. All right, the gray is done. So to do the... Oh wait, do I have any of that brown left? Still viable. It's way too liquidy. They're running everywhere. Wait on that. All right, yeah, so let's get the... Doesn't have to be white. Let's go with the deck tank. Yeah, I'm just gonna Goodwill them. Cause yeah, like I said, I feel bad throwing something like that away. That's why I have the old one. But also, I still have like old laptops and fucking tablets and all kinds of just shit I need to go get rid of. I did try to recycle a bunch of them, but they won't take everything. Like, I didn't know that they won't take like Apple keyboards for some reason. So I still got a closet full of old things that I needed to do something with eventually. Like everybody probably does, though. As you get older and you get extra rooms in your house, and then you like fill those rooms up with shit. And now my house is just a roof for my shit. I don't know exactly when it happened, but it certainly happened. Let's see if I can move this camera back a little bit. I'm gonna need to actually bring this a little closer. Can you tell if it's in focus? Better, right? A little bit better. Well, this dectan wants to separate if you leave it alone long enough. That was probably a good idea that I decided to wait on the brown because I'm going to need to touch it again. Yeah, it's one thing I've learned about yellow. It will not work if the base is not white or whitish. It can be gray, very, very light gray. You lose saturation in your yellow if there's not some lightness to your foundation coat. see what I'm doing, can you? I'm all up in Batman's belt right now. I'm just going there with some black anyway. Overload my brush. Honestly, this brush is too big for what I'm doing. Maybe 2 coats of this so that my the yellow doesn't look patchy. spot of gray I missed. Just a little bit of utility belt right there. Oops. You know what? I got an angled brush just for such an occasion. Where's it at? Brand new, still got the tube on it. Tube does not want to come off. Looks like they bent it after they... Look at that little guy. Nice little curvature to him. Alright, that's actually ridiculous how much easier that is. Oh, you just can't. I'm like way up in here. There we go. Sorry, I'm moving this around so much. I'm gonna get all these little angles here. However, this little angle brush makes it much more pleasant. Try to take care of these. These are brand new brushes, so it'll be a little easy on the bristles here. All right, now I suppose I should give him some brown rose while I wait for that. Well, actually, I need to do a second coat. The deck tan there. Otherwise, I'll have a shitty yellow. The base coat isn't even. On here, straighten up the black. I'm gonna do the black last for the yellow and the skin tone. Yeah, I think the intrinsic problem with this angled brush is that because you feel like you can get into places that are tighter, your instinct is to jam it in there, and that is what ruins the brush. So I'm trying really hard to pay attention to the tip of this thing. And also not let paint dry up in the bristles. Especially on a brand new brush. There we go. Can't wait to do all the rust and weathering and stuff. That's always fun. But of course, gotta get through this part. Alright, starting to Starting to make some progress, Dan. Starting to make some progress. Let's try getting some brown rose on his face. I'm going to go ahead and open up a new bottle. This is going to take a minute because this bottle is brand new. I should probably get a mixing ball in there, but that's it might be too much of an effort. You can hold it still. There it is. All right, let me give this brown rose a shake. Hold one. Anything in there worth saving? I think DL's at the gym. I don't know if he's going to respond. All right, I think this bottle might be cashed. Certainly not, does not seem worth the effort here. Yeah, well, anything worth having in there is dry or too far down in their bottle. It's not coming out without a whole lot of gravity. And you know what? I'll set it over here. Let gravity do its thing for a couple days. I doubt it's going to amount to much. Matter of fact, let's just trash it. Keep this lid. All right. Now, where was I? Thanks, Dan. Yeah, it's starting to get there. Oh, I'm still in a bad position here. Trying to stay a little zoomed in for the I'm working on Batman, so I wanted to keep the camera nice and close. So I'm gonna use this. That's too close. I'm gonna use. Oh, that's too shiny. Too bright. Way too reflective in here. Jeez, way too bright. I'm gonna use this brown rose. Let's try this again. I'm gonna use this brown rose from Vallejo. I'm gonna use that on Batman's face in full opacity. Then I'm going to wash it down and do the little his tongues inside the mouths and stuff. It always dries darker than it looks anyway, so. Yeah, when I do the wash when I do a wash for the mouths, I want them to still be kind of muddy, but hopefully the brown rose will just give them a little bit of a warmth. I'm not going to try to be accurate with this. I'm just going to get it in there. I think I went too far back. What is that? No, that's the seam. It's weird looking. Oh, I guess that's like a cut. I see what's happening now. Okay, I see. It's a cut that goes from his skin through his cowl. Can't see what I'm painting. Stand up. Thank goodness I don't have to paint a whole bunch, because I'm gonna let that dry. I'm just moving paint around. So see a spot where I missed it. I missed the uniform gray. A little bit more in there. Take a little health and safety break. Let that dry. Ooh, I gotta trust the process. It looks like poop right now, but it won't look like poop later. All right, I'll be right back. Take a break. All right, let's get back to it. believe I was getting some of this brown rose on our boy's face. This. You know what? I think this is too thin. I feel like this is gonna not do well. Need to dry this out. Yeah. Let's dry this out a little bit. Go in there a little thicker. Thicker coat of the brown rose. Oh, it's such a waste. I waste so much paint. I gotta get better at that. More like it. Oh, I don't want to fall over. Alright, that's better coverage. We will let that do its thing. And now, let's get this belt painted. And for that, come on down. The next contestant is Phoenix Flames. Where you at? That's the yellow I want. Why don't I have it? It's not elven flesh. Where's my yellows? Oh, down here. Oh, that's right. They changed the name. It's now Fiendish Yellow. No, wait. No, I was wrong. Hold on. Phoenix Flames. There it is. Is that the same color? What's the code? That's WP 1446, WP 3092. So they are two totally different colors. Do I want to do Fiendish Yellow then? Is that going to be too bright? No, Phoenix Flames is the one I want. They do have a replacement color for it though. I remember the guy was telling me about it. Glowing Inferno is pretty good. The backup Phoenix. I think this is going to be my yellow for the bats. Or should it be more pale? Should it be a paler yellow? Like this ochre. I mean, it really is the only spot of like brightness on this whole freaking thing. This little pop of yellow. I can't decide what yellow I want it to be. Fiendish Yellow looks good. It's yellow, but it's not too yellow. So yeah, I think we're gonna go with this Fiendish Yellow from Army Painter. I had my heart set on Phoenix Flames. I thought that was gonna work, but I think that's too bright. This Fiendish Yellow's got a little bit of paleness to it. I think it's gonna be perfect. And honestly, probably what I should do so that they have a little bit of a. No, you know what? I'll give them a little battle damage with some chrome, so they'll have the appearance of being like tinted metal or whatever. And I'll run a little bit of like panel liner down in the ridges of his belt. I can manage. I don't want to. Well, the panel liner would make the little buckles and stuff look extra hard. It'll give a little bit of separation in there. But yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll do Fiendish Yellow, and then panel liner, and then battle damage with some chrome. That'll make it a little bit of a, give it a little bit more of a metallic silvery feel. It's all dinged up. Look at his face. Enough. Hard to see the mask on the other side. I'm gonna have a hard time feeling that out with the brush, but Anyway, Venus yellow. Well shooken. I know shooken's not a word. Don't jump on me, internet. I'm not an idiot. I mean, I try not to be. Can't say that's always the case. A little bit more on that, because I'm a little heavy-handed with the water tonight. Can't get my squeeze pressure correct. I end up dropping more than I intend. Two. Alright, there we go. I need to be watching the dropper and not watching the paint. The clay cakes. He does have some cakes. Look at them. Yeah, I'm happy. The back of the statue has a lot more like volumes, you know, like stuff to highlight and deep shadows, and there's just like a lot of back and forth. His little poo-poo leg down here looks awesome. I'm happy with how that turned out. His inner thigh, I'm happy with the shading on that. I got to do some more work down here. I'm not happy with that. And I probably need to do a little bit of work on this guy. At least his cheekbones need a hit. And oh yeah, and his little hole, he's got a hole in the top of his head. I need to darken that down a little bit. So I'm going to go back in here with some wash. Well, first with some highlight, then with some wash, then varnish this whole thing one more time. And that's probably where I'm going to have to stop for the night. He goes extra hard on leg day. Oh, that camera. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. And then after that, all I really have to do is do the rust, like the rust effects, which is going to be awesome. I'm going to do like probably like a little vignette in my thing, in my video about doing some rust, because I have a lot of fun rust washes and pigment powders to try. I'm going to try a mixture of the techniques, which I think is going to make it look pretty cool. I think that needs a little bit more water now. It's not too much. A little more drop. For this, I'm going to go in here with the angled brush, because this is a tough spot. Pull this closer. Maybe you guys can see it. I don't know. I can't tell. It looks like I need all the light in here because there's just a lot of shadow, and I can't move this thing around. You know, I can't orient it in any particular way. So I'm having to watch. It's probably overexposed on video. So I need to, yeah, I need to do that. Adjust the lights and stuff, I mean. But unfortunately, that just means it's kind of blown out for you guys. And I apologize. I'll desaturate, I'll turn the exposure down in post. And you'll get to see all the studio shots. Yeah, this was a good yellow. It is going to take 2 coats, but yeah, there's just no way. All right, sorry. Just have to watch my hand wiggle back and forth. Brush just whipped this yellow all the way up in it, trying to avoid that. Let's get some alcohol in there. At least it didn't dry, so it's not like pushing the bristles apart. That's when it starts to get fucked up. But yeah, this set of brushes that I have, I'm gonna try to be a better brush owner and not let paint get all up in the shaft. No, there's still some in there. I can see it. Yellow as shit. Come here, bottle. I don't know why I leave you over there. At the end of this, I may just have to soak it in some of the airbrush cleaner. Really gets up in there. Suppose by this logic, you could make any brush an angled brush. You just pinch it, tilt it. Well, see, I fucked up that bristle, but This is a nice comic booky yellow. I don't know why I went in there with such a loaded brush. This yellow is still too liquidy. do the little visible utility belt. It's on the back side here. Very, very tough to get to. Alright, let's get a second coat on there. Hey, welcome back, DL. How did that? Spread it out. These precision brushes are great for getting into spots, but they're terrible at coverage. Unless you want just a tiny little hairline, you gotta lean into them a little bit. And actually, I think I'm just gonna, when I do the wash on the gray, I'll just do the wash on the yellow too. Everybody's getting a wash. This angle brush is very helpful. All gonna be black and or mud. I've got to, there's one little spot down on his leg that I need to airbrush, but I did just get my new airbrush, my new air compressor just arrived. So I'm gonna unbox that in a few minutes. Right now I'm trying to decide if I want to go ahead and finish painting his face. And then touch up the black. Yeah, let's just keep going with it. I'm going to tidy up the black first, actually, though. Just because it's starting to bother me. But anyway, yeah, so now that I got my new air compressor in, I need to touch up a couple spots on his bottom right leg with the airbrush, and then I'm gonna finish base coating everything first, and then I'm gonna airbrush those little corrections, and then I'm gonna varnish over the whole thing one more time. I don't know how much of that I'm gonna get done tonight, but it's because that's a lot. But at least I have a plan, a working plan. What's up, 3D Painter? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's starting to look good. Sorry the camera's so close. I'm working on painting Batman tonight, and so every other night the camera's too far back. All right, I'm gonna get this black tidied up, and I'm just gonna go with the gloss. Well, no, because the gloss will be hard to see. And I'm going to varnish over it with that. Anyway, let's go with the matte. Or with the, yeah, let's go with the matte black. Matte black's nice. The compressor is it's a Master Airbrush Cool Runner 2 air compressor. And it's got a storage tank. It's got like I think it said a 3-liter storage. It was 3 or 5, I can't remember. It's got like dual cooling fans, so it shouldn't, I think that might be part of my problem with the one I have currently. I think it's overheating because I'm using the shit out of it. I think it's designed for like miniature painting, so like using it in just like little short bursts. When I'm just hosing stuff down, I think I burned something out because it just was not spraying at the what am I doing? I'll just clean these later. It was not spraying at the pressure that it said the valve said it was spraying at. So I think the valve is bad, because I cranked that shit all the way up, and it was still not. It wasn't dispersing. Like, it wasn't giving me the dispersal that I usually get. And like I said, I had it cranked way up. It should have been blowing like a hooter, but it wasn't. So I think the valve was bad. So anyway, got a new one. Hopefully it's better. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think so. I think it's going to be a good one. I was on the fence for a while about it, but because I just bought that other little miniature compressor from my local hobby shop, they didn't really have a whole lot to offer, so I was kind of stuck with what they gave me. Yeah, so, and when I took it back, kind of feeling like I diagnosed the valve problem. When I took it back to the hobby shop, the guy, I guess probably like one of the managers or whatever, he was giving me crap about it. He's like, "Oh, you're supposed to do that." I was like, "It's supposed to run every 2 seconds?" I don't think so. I've never had an airbrush that would just randomly turn on every 2 seconds when I'm not using it. Air's got to be leaking out somewhere. And so, anyway, I think it finally crapped out on me because it was sputtering last night, and I had it cranked way up, and I was just like, I'm struggling. So, Jeff Bezos to the rescue. I did get some like spattering effects from that malfunctioning compressor that I'm actually not mad at. Like, so there's some little speckling in here that I'm actually kind of like, it's actually pretty good. So I'm not totally mad at it, but I'm trying to get in here with some washes and doing some like real precision stuff, like hit these cheekbones and stuff, and I can't do that with the airbrush fucking sputtering. So had to upgrade. Had to. Yeah, like I said, and the other one that I'd had, the first one that I had for years, it was a mini compressor too, but I guess it was just a better quality, and it was a little bit bigger. Um, but the the little drain valve rusted on me, and it won't fully close, and I can't take it apart. So um, yeah, so that one I still have sitting on my shelf too. I think I'm just going to take them both to Goodwill this weekend. I definitely got to clean out my office this weekend. I got way too much, or my studio. I got way too much shit in here. I got cardboard boxes to break down and fucking extra pieces of equipment everywhere. All right, so hitting these edges without being able to turn this thing sideways is going to be a challenge. Oh, it's terrible. It doesn't have to be perfect. It does have to be consistent. As long as it's consistent, your brain will, as long as it's a constant, steady line, your brain will just assume that that's where the line goes, even if that's not where the line's supposed to go. I'll have to go back in there with some gray. Well, actually, you know what? After I get the wash on there, you probably not really see it. Ugh, in black, in the shadows. Difficult. Although I can just kind of run my brush along the bottom here. As long as it doesn't go high, it'll be fine. Right along the crease. Now out here on an open line, that's a different story. nest. That's not good. I did get a new compressor. I will be unboxing it shortly. As soon as I get these base coats done. I can't see what I'm doing. Ugh. Alright, definitely have to go back in there. It was gray. I'm fucking that up royally hard. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Until the line is tight. Kind of the job description on this stuff. Now going back and forth between black and yellow, not the easiest thing to do. So we're going to try really hard. Not fuck that up. Oh, God. I wish I had gotten better at operation. All right, I'm going to call that success. Yeah, it's a little comic booky yellow, but I like it. Alright, let's take a break from that detail stuff and just do some big painting. Or bigger. Rest this touched up. Then we'll leave some of this overspray. I want to kind of tone it down a little bit. What's up, B? I'm just over here talking. I was gonna try to leave some of this overspray, but I think I'm gonna paint this as clean as I can, and then go in with some spatter. I'll use some of the chocolate or some of the that mid-tone. Forgot what it is now. Is it brown sand? Anyway, I'll go in with some brown paint and give it some speckling in there, because I want the speckling to be consistent across the black and the gray. So leaving the overspray just looks like I just fucking left the overspray, so that looks terrible. I don't want to do that. Man, I wish I could flip this thing upside down. On the plus side, though, a little bit of overspray, if I leave it, is not going to hurt. I like that last song. It was like a video game music. God, it's so hard to paint like that. There we go. max at now. So is this one. I need something smaller anyway. What am I painting next? I think I'm gonna do the shredder next. I think I'm gonna take a break from Marvel and DC. The shredder statue is really super simple, so it should move pretty quick. I was gonna do Bebop and Rocksteady at the same time, but I decided that doing 3 statues in a stretch or in one project is probably too much. So I'm gonna do Shredder first, and then I'll probably do another Marvel. I do I don't know. I don't want to do a big statue. I'm tired of doing. I need to just do a regular size statue. So I'll probably do something like Green Goblin, or what's the other guy's name? Electro. I've got a good Electro statue. What am I doing with this big ass brush? Yeah, so I'll probably just do something like I said, normal size. And then for my next DC run, I was thinking maybe Sinestro. I do enjoy a good Sinestro. And that's really as far as I thought ahead. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how they do the support on the pod racer, like on the, because right now it just shows like rocks, underneath it, kind of holding up the pods, and then holding up the engines on the front there. I got separated rocks. I don't know if I like that look. So I mean, I assume it'll probably be all connected, like on one plinth, like on one ground plate, so it'll be a whole lot of rocks. I don't do a lot of vehicles anyway, so I'll probably skip that, but it does look cool. I guess can't see what I'm doing, can you? I'm just painting the back of the cape here. And muddy all this back up. I don't want it to look like I just left a bunch of overspray. Which is what I was half-ass planning to do. Oh, that's cool. That'd be one heck of a diorama. They did them together. They had to have Anakin and Sebulba together on one thing. Be giant. He does have a poo-poo foot. It's pretty ridiculous. I'm happy with how all the browns turned out. Because like the one thing I really wanted to make sure to not do was make them too dark. And I think I did that. I think I held onto that little idea and worked out. But yeah, I'm happy to see all the little gradients and the gradients of brown in here. And there's still some dry brush spots kind of showing through. Like there's little rocks and like little hard spots in them, which is kind of cool. Little debris. I may go back and hit some of them specifically. Oh my gosh, I can't paint like this. I have to go back and tidy that up some. That off of there. Kind of blends in. Bit of it looking like me fucking up. Take that as a win. I like the matte black on his cape and stuff because it looks kind of like rubbery. It reminds me of the Michael Keaton bat suit, you know, that just looked, I mean, it was like rubber. I always like that look. I'm gonna be adding a bunch of spatter in there anyway. Oh, sorry. Dang. I haven't done anything at 1/3. That's crazy. Awesome. I can get these big square brushes out of the hopper here. They're kind of in the way now. Nobody's looking that deep in there. Alright, that was dumb. I need to use that angled brush. Dang, that sounds like a job. And you are working hard. Alright, honestly, nobody's looking at that. Alright, let's see if I can trim around his face. And not fuck stuff up. Alright, actually, I'm gonna move this. Move this camera. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff like right here. Let's go like right there. Maybe. Is that out of focus? can't tell what's going on. Too overexposed. All right, there we go. Hey, the more the merrier, I say. There's plenty of YouTube to go around. It's too much. All right. Right? I don't watch my channel. I don't see what the fuck you people like about this stuff. I'm just kidding. I mean, don't leave. You know what it is? My thing is like this. The internet and the knowledge that is shared upon it should be free, you know? And this is the skill that I have chosen to share with the world. I mean, beyond what I do for a living. And yeah, I just think it should be something that is accessible for as many people as can be, and no no shade to people out charging for Discord channels and stuff like that, but I get it. You got to make a living too, Totally understand. But this is just my own little I don't know. This is just something I felt like I was compelled to do. I do try to keep a semi-neat work area. And when it starts to pile up, I freak out. So like currently right now, I'm honestly like tomorrow before I get back into this, I got to do a studio purge. Cuz I got boxes, I got shit everywhere. Like I need to straighten it up. A little bit liquid. But yeah, I do like to keep somewhat organized. The best feeling is between statues, like when I'm between projects and I give everything like a full reset. That's the best feeling. I clean all the surfaces, I refill all the bottles, clean all my paint cups and trash water cups, and yeah, that's a good one. That's a good purge. Good for the soul. And then I'm ready to get back into it. I'm jazzed. I'm like, all right, let's do it. and then it's I enjoy the ebb and flow of it. I trash my shop, I clean my shop. I trash my shop, I clean my shop. It's fun. That's cool. Right on. Look at us. Bunch of old dudes out here painting plastic dudes. Yeah, I think for the other side, I'm gonna have to flip this bad boy around here. It really is. I mean, honestly, like this hobby, like I can't even tell you what it does for just my mental well-being. Like it's just so good to just be able to turn your brain off and just kind of go with the flow and just kind of create, and just paint. I mean, it's a glorified coloring book. I understand. It's a three-dimensional coloring book, and we are grown-ass children. But you know what? Immaturity has no statute of limitations. No, I was saying it's a good way to spend your life credits, in my opinion. We could be out doing a lot of stupid bullshit, but we're not. We're sitting in our houses, being good boys, painting little plastic dudes. Oh, that was an air bubble. It's just a piece of little mud. Right? You get old, man. You don't want to just be out drinking all night. That shit hurts. Shit hurts the next day. going on in this brush. Can't get that to not make air bubbles. There it goes. Like it was rubbing across texture, but there's not any texture here. At least none that I can see. The debris in the paint and the water. Anyway, it's fine. A little bit of texture is not going to hurt. Look, kind of rubbery and leathery. Well, you guys are much cooler than I am. Speed metal. Nice. All right, I'm gonna have to stand up. See what I can do about painting his around his cowl on the back side. Little angle brush. Also got a lot of mud on his face too, so that'll be my saving grace. I can hide that line in the mud. I need to. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I grew up in the South. A lot of bluegrass and fucking banjo picking down here too. Good shit. Whew. You know what? Let me see if I got a beer. Let's see if I got anything in here. Oh, I got a Blue Moon. That'll work. Cheers, gentlemen. Woo, that's what you need. That's what you need when you're painting on a Friday night. Party time. Yeah, like I said, in my old age, one is enough, and I'll just nurse this one for a while. I ain't trying to ruin my life. I don't need to be going out to bars and shit. All right, here we go. So I know you guys can't see. Well, let me see. Let's see if I can angle this. Bring this over. Oh, no, then I'm losing my light. Bring this up. No, there's no way in hell. All right, well, sorry, you guys are just gonna have to stare at his cakes because I need this angle. Here, I'll get him. I'll get him in focus for you. There we go. Yep. All right. Well, now that you mention it, give me a second. This channel is definitely not for children. Look away. Oh, not me. My tolerance is way too high. I should probably take a tolerance break. How the F am I gonna paint his eyes? Oh man, I missed a spot with the brown rose. There's a little notch in his mask. Yeah, I gotta get that. Excuse me. You got them cakes? That boy's thick, as the kids say.
I bid you adieu.
Alrighty, well. It does. That butt crack does go all the way up his back. right, I think I need to get under his chin just a bit more. And for that, I'm going to need to sit down. All right, I'm gonna need to be right here. So I will put you right here. Yeah, man. Yeah, I just started. I'm a little over a year. I'm a little over a year in. I started a year February, March maybe. I hope, I do. I hope the market grows. I hope that there's more people that take this hobby up. I'm a little concerned about the young people and their attention spans, but did I hit that arm on the way in? Okay, I did. Oh, well, it'd be easier to go in there with some gray. You can barely see it. I gotta stop doing that though. Alright, I feel like I got around his cowl pretty good. Pretty tight. Oh, that's cool. I'm thinking about upgrading to the Jupiter, the biggest one. I'm thinking about upgrading to that because it'll give me another about 1.5 inches width-wise, but another like 2 or 3 inches height-wise. So yeah, I want to do. I need to get a bigger printer because I need to be able to print pieces as whole pieces. Like printing these little tiny pieces, then having to put them together and then hide all the seams. Like it would be much easier, much better to be able to like print a whole torso, to print a whole lower half, to print a whole cape, to print a whole whatever, and then I won't have to do as much work hiding seams and junk. So that is my plan for the near future. Maybe for my birthday. I got a birthday coming up. Maybe I will treat myself to a larger printer. Oh, sorry, I'm just over here painting and not even on camera. It's too close now. Too close. The problem is like where I need to get to and what is visible don't always work. Yeah. I mean, even if you have to do like a manual cut, you know, if it's just shy of fitting on a big ass build plate, even if you do a manual cut, you can at least control your chances are you're only cutting off a little tiny bit, and then you're only cutting off one little piece. So again, you're not having to put like eight pieces together and hide, you know, 12 seams or some shit. Like it would be super beneficial. Brand new brush. I already got some broken bristles. Dang it. I gotta have some white. I like it when you have a nice, like, perfect stroke. It's like a golf swing that you feel it, and you just know it was dead on. That's my favorite. Yeah, it's starting to tighten up now. I gotta fix his chest. Little chest logo. Getting in here with this like angled brush. I gotta adjust my light down. Getting in here with this little angled brush has been a treat. Highly recommend using one of these for shit like this. Because seriously, there's just no way to get reach. Yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead. Post a link. Yeah, do it up. I don't know if it'll will the chat thing let you post links? Alright. I think I got some of that. Can't tell where the lip of that bat symbol is. Okay, gotta move him again. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, I didn't think the chat was gonna. I thought the chat was gonna do that. I feel like I've tried. I feel like I've tried to send somebody a link before. But send us a DM or whatever. Send us a message to our respective usernames because I want to see it too. All right. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to stand up. Oh, I'm glad I looked. I missed this whole inside of his cape. In between this little fingers on the top. Can't see it. I'm gonna be painting the backside anyway. Woo. Need to mix up some more of the uniform gray. Garbage water is a little filthy. Need to go clean that. Actually, let's finish with this black first. We hit the top edge of the logo. Alright, I gotta get the gray. Oh yeah, I got one there with some gray. Oh god, I can't tell. Sit down. see up underneath. Oh, there's a big spotted gray I missed. Hard to tell what's going on in there. I'm just kind of slapping it on there and hoping for the best. I can see a spot where I need to do some black. Yeah, the yellow turned out really nice. I'm super happy with it. I'm going to do a little bit of I'll do a little bit of a panel liner to give it some separation. And I think it's going to be good. And then I'll probably hit a little bit with a little bit of chrome, like just do a little battle damage, some scratches and stuff around the corners, just so they have a little bit more of a metallic kind of look. There's one little mud dot right here in his little peck, and it looks like a nipple. Keeps throwing me off. It's too weird of an angle. Give this one more try. Alright, that's clean enough. Oh, I gotta touch up his finger. I'll do the chocolate brown whenever I do the other brown spots. I think I gotta call it a night because I'm starting to get my eyes are starting to burn. I've been staring at this thing too long. My eyes open, not blinking. Yeah, this thing weighs a ton. Getting in there, easier said than done. I mean, I suppose I could. Yeah, now that just. Oh well, I could see where I missed a bunch of his skin tone right there. No, that's not conducive to doing trying to do detail work. If I was holding it up and I was just like hosing it down with an airbrush, or just rough brushing it in, that would be one thing. Trying to do detail work while I'm flexing and holding this thing, and this thing is heavy. I don't want to risk dropping it. I do see a spot where I need to get to though, so I'll work on that later. But like I said, I need to let my eyes recharge. No, it's not the turntable. It's not the thing. It's all these little batarangs and all these little loose parts. There's just no way to rest it. Like there's no side or angle that I could rest it on where it's not hitting a tooth or a finger or some part that'll break off if I put weight on it. So I'm just gonna have to live with it. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy with how it's moving along. Tomorrow I'll finish cleaning up Batman, add in some little mud dots, airbrush this little area here, fix that, seal the whole thing, and then it's just some washes and stuff to the end. I gotta paint all these little eyeballs. The eyes are gonna be cool. I'm gonna do those with like a deck tan. And then no, actually, I'm gonna do those with a cold white, so they're gonna be bright white as hell. And then I'm gonna go in with a pink wash, and I'm gonna put in I'm just gonna drop the pink wash in the corners so that it kind of bleeds and kind of gives me a nice fade. I'll just build that up a couple layers, and then when I've got a nice white to pink, then I will mask it all off and hit it with the airbrush with the yellow. I'll probably use the same fiendish yellow that I used on the belt, and then the pink will do the orange shift, and the eyes will look really cool. I don't know. Like I said, I gotta clean up my studio because it's driving me crazy. So I got some boxes and shit to break down, and probably got something on the honeydew list to do in the morning. I think I need to hang a hummingbird feeder. I gotta paint his glove. I totally just didn't even paint that at all. I'll do that when I do the mouth. Anyway, yeah, probably got a few things to do in the morning, so it'll be like afternoonish, I'd like to be hopefully I'm on early in the afternoon. I don't think we have anything else going on family plan wise. So yeah, 2-ish. And then I get to start doing the rust, all the little rust down here on the thing, on the pipes and stuff. That's gonna be cool. I need to dry brush the poo-poo water just a little bit brighter. It's still a little dark. The dirt looks good. The concrete will look good once I get some wash on there and some of the rust. I want to do the rust first, and I'll do a couple little brown washes on the concrete just to break it up. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. Thank you guys for hanging out, and it was cool getting to know you for a little bit. And yeah, I hope you catch me on the next one. And yeah, right on. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Amanda, I should. If I'm not on at 6, it would be because I'm probably having dinner or something. I'm probably eating, but I'm gonna. I hope to have this thing done this weekend. So I'm gonna throw some hours at it. It's really close. All right, later.